Presented live in Filmo sound and in color. It's Runway DFW live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. It is June the 12th, 2025. It is a Thursday night, and we'll be here with you till around about 11 o'clock, bringing you all the planes, so hang out with us on Runway DFW. Well, I give you my welcome from the big airport here. We'll address the elephant in the room straight away, and that is the tragic crash of the Air India 787-8 Dreamliner in India. It was on its way to London. I'm sure you've seen the pictures and heard the story, but what we won't do here is attempt any speculation on that event. It's just too early to tell. So we'll try to keep that. Well, we'll keep all the passengers and crew and the people on the ground in our thoughts, but we'll not be speculating about that. Only to say, and this is not speculation, but American Airlines, which is the major domo here at DFW Airport, is, if I read it correctly, the #1 operator of the 787-8 aircraft in the world. So I'm sure they're looking with great interest as to whatever reports come out of India as far as the outcome of the investigation goes. They've got the type of plane that crashed was a 787-8 Dreamliner. American has 37 of those right now. It's the smallest variant of the Dreamliner. American's got 26-9 Dreamliners. They don't have any -10 Dreamliners. So that's about all we'll say about that. Again, other than to wish only the best wishes for everyone involved in that tragic event. We've got, just looking over there, we've got 2 UPS MD-11s on deck, and we should be seeing both of those go out this evening. Let's see here. Hot Gospeler says, "Hey Walt, good evening. I so look forward to your streams. A relaxing evening. I was one of the 30 that were waiting." Well, welcome to you, and I'm glad we've come on the air. I think pretty close to on time tonight. So thank you for that. Warren Rodriguez, channel member, says, "Hello everyone from the East Coast. Just planes crazy." Checking in, saying good evening, channel member. Lester Graber, channel member, says good evening, Walt and all. Greetings from Keller here in the North Texas area. Craig Russell, channel member, with a hello everyone. Linda Kavinsky, channel member, good evening from Chicagoland. So hello to you up there. Free to bed says your timing was absolutely impeccable tonight. Kevin just finished a pop-up stream. Yeah, I was listening to it earlier. We've got a go around. You heard it. That appears to be American Flight 9 coming in from Albuquerque, New Mexico. A 737-800. And I was yakking, so I didn't hear the ATC traffic. So don't know what happened there. We often do not find out what happens with those go-arounds. The plane that came in ahead of that was Flight 3428 American Eagle from Waco. But I can't tell whether it was slow to get off 18 right in time for the Albuquerque flight. So anyway, no harm, no foul. Albuquerque will be coming back around. And we've got a CRJ headed in, another American Eagle flight. That was Flight 6282 from Grand Junction at CRJ 701ER. Channel member Warren Rodriguez with a howdy to everyone. Shashikant says hi, as does Minia Storm Razor. Joshua Leclerc, good evening to you. Gil Naveau, channel member. Thanks, Walt and James Webb, for tonight's stream. On what terms would you fly in outer space? I have to tell you, I am just too old for an outer space trip. I might have considered it earlier in my lifetime, but yeah, not so much anymore. Got an American flight from San Antonio, an Airbus A320. We're going to pull out and bring you that aircraft as it comes in. San Antonio, Texas. So we salute this particular A320, 25 years old, be 26 in October. James Moy, with as a channel member, says good evening from Little Rock, Arkansas. Glad to make it on tonight. Very good. Anna, the dispatcher, with the word that American Eagle plane is why they didn't get off the runway fast enough. So this happens when you're stacking planes, and as many as we get.
Top of the hour due to weather at our destination for our plane departure. Just give me a heads up.
Okay, I'm going to move you between the runways here.
Okay.
And I think we just heard from the captain of this plane. Let me tell you where that's going. That's Flight 2003 to Seattle, an Airbus A321neo. And I believe if it's this flight, no, I guess this flight is taking off. So this is going off to Seattle. There was another plane that radioed to the tower that said, we're going to be delayed because of weather at our destination. So they were instructed to where to park until they get further notice.
Cross 18 left, ground 85 American, 374 room.
947, stall fake, cross 20 left, ground 25.
Okay, cross 18 left, ground on the other side, American 947.
You may have seen while we were panning across there a 777-200. There it is. It's headed over to the hangar for some R&R. Smoke and Slice is with us, one of our moderators, along with Anna the dispatcher. And so Smoke and Slice says that was a beautiful sight to see as soon as I tune in. Hello everyone, hope you're all doing well. We are, or at least I am. And Anna confirming that she's feeling much better, although I did have to get some antibiotics. So, well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Anna. That was kind of an extended illness that you were going through, and I guess you didn't get all your 9-day straight work week was somewhat interrupted. Well, we've got from Silao in Mexico, American Flight 2399, a 737-800, which is about to come over the shrubbery. Silao is near Leon, I guess, in Mexico, central Mexico somewhere. I looked it up once.
And hold short 18 left American 841. 1456, locate number 1456, TD and Bravo, hold short runway 18 right. 776 heavy, Zulu, cross 20 right, taxi Charlie right. Cross 20 right, Charlie right, American will go heavy, Charlie 36.
And the plane going up in the distance there would be Flight 4170 American Eagle to Lexington, Kentucky.
Echo 3, Golf 8, cross runway 18 left, and ground 25 inside American 20.
Now this is unusual, or at least to me it is. It's American Flight 355 is coming in from Grand Cayman. Now this is Friday. My understanding was they own, well, the last time I checked, they only flew this route on Saturdays, so I guess they must have changed their schedule or maybe increased the frequency. Left Grand Cayman 2 hours and 51 minutes ago on that 737-800. Iceman 942 Hammer channel members checking in from the Lake Texoma area up there along the Texas-Oklahoma border. Patrick Lloyd, channel member from North Carolina. Hello.
20 left line away, tax land for Greenway.
28 left line up away to American 2142.
Elena Dreyer
2944.
with a hello. Hello, Elena. James Moy says, my Qantas 787 sitting there ready to head back to my homeland later on. And yes, we did spy that a couple times as we were panning across. Let's see if we can get it in our sights. It's kind of sort of hidden behind a shed with equipment there, but there it is, and we'll see that go out later on tonight. Brandon Rabbit with thanks for another night stream. Beach Life 828, good evening to you. Ascending Dragon 1, who's an American Eagle pilot and friend of the channel, says, and also very closely related to Anna the dispatcher, says American will change their schedule month to month based on projections from the marketing department. That's also how routes get assigned to the regional carriers as well. Well, thanks for that update. I didn't realize they would change a schedule that often.
And American 1826 coming up on Nettie for the right side.
Flight 9, that Albuquerque flight that went around, is landing right now, or just landed on runway 13 right, which we don't see from here, so it has arrived. I believe what you're seeing there, well, let me hang on a second. Look over here for a second. I see some smoke. I don't believe that's on airport property, but it's near airport property. You see a hotel over there, the Westin, and I'm not suggesting that the fire, if it is a fire, is there, but there is some black smoke rising over there. And you'll see a plane coming in on the east side of the airport, about to fly near it. So I don't know, as an old news photographer, whenever I see smoke in the sky, it always gets my attention. Brave Kumquat, who we got a chance to meet last week, and I've now consumed those two Topo Chico sparkling waters that you so kindly presented me with. So thank you for that. Good evening from Heath, Texas. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. I don't know what, I don't know.
DFW American 1111, we're visual approach 18 right.
Don't know what's going on there. You can see those black smoke to begin with. It's kind of lightened up a little bit since then. Well, we'll go back to the planes. American Flight 1826 from Madison, Wisconsin. An Airbus A319 is our next contestant. It's a turn-of-the-century plane from the year 2000.
Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2142.
Here it comes.
Flight 679, we'll be parking.
And headed out American 2142 to LaGuardia Airport in New York, 737-800 hour. Tripod has kind of a mind of its own tonight.
Departure American 2142. Tower envoy 4012, just outside flight grade.
Cleared for takeoff. American flight 2597. About to wing its way to beautiful downtown Burbank, but let's tilt up here so we can bring you the Allegheny Heritage livery. Always a special sight to see. Long live cheat lines. And for the uninitiated, American Airlines has a number of these heritage liveries which salute airlines that made up its, that kind of are part of its family tree. If you were to look at the genealogy of American Airlines, Allegheny would fit in there somewhere. That plane coming in from Sarasota, Florida. It's an Airbus A321. Got a UPS 767 backing out now. We'll see that in a second. It's going to Ontario, California. Prior to that, we will see American Flight 1111 from Toronto in Canada, an Airbus A319.
Cross runway 18 left at Whiskey Lima and via the Alpha route and the other ground.
1999.
A 20th century A319.
American 9, cross runway 18 left at Alpha, contact ground 0.65 on that. American 2224, cross runway 18 left at Bravo, taxi via the Alpha route, contact ground 0.65 on that.
Alright, cross 18 left.
We're about 45 minutes away from sunset here at the big airport. Beto Pasilio is checking in from Little Rock, Arkansas. Hello, Beto. Ezekiel John saying hi from Indianapolis, a former home of the person who was to become the host of Runway DFW. I lived and worked there in Indianapolis from, well, no, I went to school there, and then I had my first real job there at Channel 13 WTHR. I went to Butler University. So I was there from 71 through 1980. Another American Eagle plane is getting our attention now. Number 175, arriving from Corpus Christi, Texas, flight 4012. So yes, we have two parallel north-south runways here. 18 left is where the planes are taking off, 18 right is where the planes are landing. The plane that just took off is going to Rapid City. Central Texas quadcopter with another check-in, this one from Temple, Texas. Nick family, time to knit and watch planes. Hi, Walt and friends. Hello, Nick family. We've got a plane, American Airlines plane headed to Reno, Nevada. That's it there. Going left to right on your screen. It's a 737-800, flight 1636. How about a little Spirit? Spirit Flight 2357 from Las Vegas, Airbus A321 Neo. Another Circular City denizen, Uncle Plane Guy, saying hello. Good to see you again, Uncle Plane Guy. Aerospace Fan says, just landed DFW. Well, welcome. Kevin says, Cargolux Flight 8 is set to arrive at 10:14, a 747-8. We always like to see a 747, or 2 or 3. There was a Singapore Airlines cargo 747 that touched down as we were, just as I got here to set up. So hopefully we'll see that go out before we check out. Doug Houston says this stream has a YouTube featured tag on it. A little extra love from YouTube? Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So if you're joining us as someone who has been welcomed or because we've been featured, thank you for tuning in. I hope you like what you see. We're here usually about 3 times a week from DFW Airport. Typically we have 2 night streams, generally on Tuesday and Thursday, and then we stream on Saturday at various times. We might do an early stream on Saturday because I might have to do some coverage of some major events in the U.S. for my website. Not my website, but for my TV station's website. So I've yet to determine our on time, but it may be a morning stream in the U.S., central U.S. on Saturday. I believe we're looking here at Flight 841, bound for El Paso, Texas. It's an Airbus A320.
Good day, American 27.
I believe this is Flight 1110. It's another Airbus A320. It's going to Bakersfield, California. And here comes that 767 we talked about a little earlier on the show. If I recollect correctly, this was going to Ontario, California. And it will take off from the west side here.
2868 miles from Natty, 18 right.
It shall pause here for traffic on 18 right. So let's see, yes, this is going to Ontario, California. 767-300 ER.
1997.
And that's a blast from the past. 27 years old. Be 28 this November. Tazzy and Joe's Adventures says we'll be flying out Saturday morning at 11:30 to EYW. I'm not decoding that airport identifier. Mary Extraordinaire, one of our channel members, is accusing me of being sneaky. Now, if you want to accuse anybody of being sneaky, it would be Kevin of Airline Videos Live, who had a stream today, a pop-up stream to test his Starlink connection. This is a MAX 8 United Airlines off to the mile-high city of Denver, flight 2330. Iberia on the move there. I believe that came in over on the east side while we weren't looking. It's headed over to Terminal D for deplaning. Still got the 767 poised for takeoff. It's in line over there. We've also got an American Airlines 777-200, which I think is entering the picture there in the background. Flight 3007 going to Los Angeles. Triple 7-200 ER. So there's two Boeing wide bodies there in one shot. Beaker and Honeydew, mod extraordinaire and channel member. Welcome everyone. Welcome to you. Hello, Aviation Geek. So, and see, Boatstone, he's talking about the stream that Kevin of Airline Videos Live popped up. He was over at by the In-N-Out Burger at LAX, where the planes go right over your head. It's a cool shot. And but he was just testing his Starlink satellite setup, which hadn't worked to his satisfaction previously, and it was breaking up a little bit. And so he finally switched over to a terrestrial connection. American Flight 2387 is coming in now from San Francisco. This shall be an Airbus A321. Just after 8 o'clock here in the central time zone of the USA, you're watching Runway DFW live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. Be here with you for the next 3 hours or so. That sounds about right. It's a Sky West branded CRJ operating on behalf of American, I think on behalf of American Airlines. We're going to pull away from this. This is going to Santa Fe, New Mexico. But alas, well not alas, there's another big plane coming in. This is American Flight 81 from London. And as that comes in, we're going to switch over here to bring you the departure. Very early rotation for this 767 going to Ontario, California. So here comes the 777 off to the City of Angels, Flight 3007. And it's on the way. Rolled a bit before it started to fire up. And our wide body action is not complete.
Golf 8 and ground on the other side, 2387, that's 2836.
And why is that, you ask? Walt, host of Runway DFW, well that's because of this. Recognize me? That's a MD-11 tail. It's getting pushed back now. This will be going to the UPS Worldport in Louisville. It's Flight 571.
A blast from the past, 1995.
Plane which will be celebrating its 26th birthday in October. Glinting in the late afternoon sunlight. Well, Fernando said, I believe I saw that land a couple of hours ago. Tri-jets always get a rise out of Luke. Hello, Luke. And on the move, says Michael Flannery, another one of our mods. Natalie Solandiz says hello from Boca Raton, Florida. Yes, it's good to see you, Mr. Random Spotter.
I'm sorry about that. Hold short, 18 left, please.
Good evening, car Mark X.
In Team Stripes, checking in from the city adjacent to the bay. Hello there. Alan Petskow says, I'm supposed to fly to Austin in 2 weeks to see my son, but still haven't received my real ID in the mail after 2 months. I'm hoping I can still go. My understanding is, real ID, is, if you're not aware, is an kind of an enhanced driver license or identification card, which was mandated many years ago, but some states were kind of late on the uptake for that. Oklahoma, I know, being one of them, and then other people, they don't want to get a new license until theirs expires, and maybe you just got a new license that wasn't real ID, and then you have to travel. My understanding is that at least, how did that happen? Oh, I've got to make a change here. That's not supposed to look like that. Anyway, my understanding is that you will be able to travel if you don't have a real ID, but you might be prepared for some additional examination. So I would suggest, if you don't get it, you might want to bring something like your birth certificate or something like that, or some additional identifying information. Well, let's see where this goes. This is always the interesting part, to see if we're going to see this plane well, looks like it tails out here, which means it's going to be making its way over to the east side of the airport for takeoff. Hello, good to see you.
I don't hear you.
You're getting big or tall.
I got something to announce to the channel. What is
Cross 18 right again. Hold short of 18 left.
Sorry, we did a 4 route.
Oh wow.
18 left. Line up 25.
At 5:10. This channel.
That's
When you're available, I can talk
well. It's okay. I mean, I don't think we'll be able to do that tonight. Peggy Fike says, "Hello, found you about a week ago. I live on the north side of DFW, so I hear a lot of planes coming and going." As we continue the look at the, well, let's see. The MD-11 there is parked. I guess it's waiting now for a plane to take off. So flight 1430 to San Francisco is rolling now down the runway. It's an Airbus A321 Neo. So the MD-11 is poised to wait for that.
Okay, cross 18 left Yankee and 0.5 on top. GPS 70 stage 1 heavy.
Long. Didn't get my nap today, so. Well, I guess there's some international news happening. Free to Bed says in Israel, El Al has suspended all flights to and from Tel Aviv as a result of Israel's actions against Iran tonight. And we expect others to follow along. I didn't get any alerts on my phone about that. Sounds serious. CRJ 701ER coming in from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Flight 6250 American Eagle. We've got another UPS plane which is being backed out. Not on the radar quite yet. Mason Angeli says, "Can you catch the Embraer 175 arrival from Gulfport? See what we can do." We are in receipt of a super chat from Nick family. Knitting away. We appreciate you, Walt, and everyone. What do you like most about these streams? You know, I think it's the fact that we can connect with people all around the world. And I still, you know, when I think back on my history in broadcasting, which has now spanned 50 years, 50 and a half years, you know, I remember when the first transmissions by satellite happened. I saw the very first one, TV transmission that is, between here and Europe, and we sent to Europe, it was a two-way production, we sent them some entertainment and greetings from our end, and they sent us some entertainment and greetings from their end, as I recall, from both London and Paris, maybe other European capitals as well. And the program only lasted about 15 minutes because it was not a geostationary satellite. It was just flying, you know, it was kind of soaring in a lower orbit. And so the transmission could only last for about 15 minutes. And when I think about that, and I lived to see that, now here I am transmitting to the world with just a pile of equipment that I can lug around in my car. It's pretty amazing. The takeoff of a CRJ 701ER going to Colorado Springs. Let's see. Yeah, that's you. There's Honor. He's been hanging around Runway DFW for quite a while. Yeah, you're over there. You're over there. Okay, there's Honor. He wants to be a pilot. You still want to be a pilot?
Yeah.
Okay. Veronica Peters with a smiley face. Hello to you. Fernando seems like a 737-800 in the TWA livery heading in from San Salvador. We have for your enjoyment now a lone coyote prowling about along the fence line. We see them every now and again. I think we just missed a One World livery going out. Don't know if you can even tell it's a One World livery from this angle. Flight 2941 headed to Missoula, Montana. 737-800. We have another wide body about to get here. We saw one going out to Los Angeles just a short time ago. It's a 777-200ER coming in from Los Angeles. Let's see, how far off is it here? We can now switch to shrubbery cam. As it will be with us presently.
$19.99.
A 20th century 777 in the late afternoon sunlight. Well, you'll never guess what's coming in behind this wide-body flight from Los Angeles. An Airbus A321 from Los Angeles. American Airlines Flight 1504. So let me see what the schedule was for this one. Okay, this one was running a little late. Was supposed to leave at 9:30 a.m. from LAX, and here it is at, and it left, it was almost 4 p.m. before it left. And it was supposed to get here at 2:43 p.m., and here it is 8:25. So that's why we've got 2 flights arriving from LAX right behind one another. Flight 1504 and Airbus A321. Oh, this one has the PSA retro livery. Oh, how nice. Get ready to boop that snoot. Haven't seen this one in a while. Now this one is arriving early, go figure, about a half hour early. We'll see it here in a second. The PSA retro livery. We saw the Allegheny retro livery earlier, and so this makes 2 of the collection. Very fluorescent.
Takeoff 111 American 2220.
Going slightly mad, like that. As does our pal, the random spotter. I mean, who could not like that livery? And yes, Luke, that orange really did pop as it was. In fact, I was questioning whether that was the PSA plane when I first saw it, because it looked so orange. And Luke, I agree, bring back those cheat lines. One final look at it with the towers of Cedar Hill in the background. Vince says retro planes warm my heart. Let me say hello to Kenneth White. I see our moderator and Quadjet member Josh Aldrich in the house here with us. Thank you, Josh. Sarah says, I missed your message. Well, I missed a few things in the last few minutes. Let me see if I can catch up here. Oh, there's Texas Girl with a good evening from Boston. Thought I'd jump in and say hi. Good to see you there, TG. Tanman 3880 says, I stumbled across a DFW Airport webcam today that shows 17 center and 17 right. Yeah, I think our friends Beaker and Honeydew have kind of repurposed that stream. I don't know if it's full time. Well, you can check the Beaker and Honeydew channel for that.
That's our global, our sister ship. They're right behind us. We are 79 going to Phoenix.
I got you there. Number 79 Delta Hotel, only 18 left, line of 20.
All right, line up away, 18 left, November 79 at Hotel.
Here comes UPS Flight 773 from Houston Intercontinental Airport at 767.
Looks good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Nice, man. Well done.
A 12-year-old 767.
Mix 1363, parking east to west. Mix 1363, taxi via Alpha Hold Short of only 18 right.
Alpha hold short 18 right.
Tyler Forrester. Good evening from your Calgary-based cabin crew on layover at LAX. Happy Thursday, Walt. Hello to you, Tyler, and thank you for being a member of the channel. Right guy says not too many 777s from the 90s still flying. Oh, we see them here. American, I don't know what percentage of Americans 777s are from the 90s. I'm going to say, based just on what I've seen, it seems like maybe a third of them date back to the 90s. I may be off there a little bit, but...
Or departure, have a good night. Let's go.
1767. They go up there so fast. Yeah,
Ocean 5277 and Bravo, approximately 18 west, taxi via Fox Drive to Wisconsin. Contact ground 165 on that.
Alright, Bravo, Fox.
1558 at Alpha, approximately 18 left, contact ground 0.65 on top of the bridge.
Ah, this is one of those synchronizing the world of commerce planes. Most UPS planes no longer have that secondary slogan under the Worldwide Services banner, but well, there's one that does. Okay, good seeing you again, Honor. Honor Wimbry, headed out. I missed the TWA. Where did it come from? Did it come in on the east side? Well, I apologize for that. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to see it go out. J.R. Melton, did I see a Martin go by? Yes, you did. Steve Lundaby is a Quad Jet channel member who has now gifted us 5 more Runway DFW gift memberships. Thank you so much, Steve. The recipients of Steve's gift include ETK, Telly NZ, Brad Shaver, Alan Prunier, and Christian Gamble. Thank you, Steve Lundaby. And somehow I missed this earlier, but I'll put this up now. 757 Chip, a member for 25 months, one of our longest term members, QuadJet member. Thanks, Walt, and the Great Moderation Federation for bringing us the action from DFW and for putting up with my punishment and bad dad jokes. I am a fan. I have to confess, I'm a fan of dad jokes. I mean, yeah, they're bad. They're kind of groany, but I don't know. There's just something about them. It's a United going to Denver, flight 1961, an Airbus A319. A turn of the century Airbus A319 from the year 2000.
Yeah, we can do that on board 426.
Let me see an ambulance go by here in the foreground.
On the way, 18 left from Whiskey Hotel on board 426.
Laura C. saying, my gifted membership ends tomorrow and I'll be joining permanently. Love the channel. Aw, thank you, Laura C. Raina Taylor with a hello. The official equestrian champion of Runway DFW.
RNAV Polarium, clear for takeoff, 18 left on board 4026.
Chuck TXK joining us from Texarkana. Fernando says, my family is Salvadoran. Seeing a beautiful plane coming in from a beautiful country is a great combination for me. Oh, that's very well said. Michael Martin says hello from South Arkansas. Texas girl, thanks for stopping by. Have a safe trip back to North Texas. One slightly mad recognizes that the significance of in the year 2000 with the musical notes. One of my favorite Conan O'Brien and Andy Richter bits. And it was so simple too. They didn't need sets or the only props they needed were a black cape and a flashlight. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll just have to, if you look up Conan O'Brien in the year 2000, you can probably find it after you're finished watching Runway DFW. On its way to Denver. We haven't really looked too much at the let's check in with our UPS ground crew over there as they load up the belly of the MD-11 that remains. Mike Kaz says it's 66 degrees in Buffalo, where they are. We will check our weather here in just a moment or two. Sarah Deal, I did see something about this, and I didn't see any details. JetBlue landed at Boston from Chicago, skidded off the runway off the left, and into the grass. No one was hurt. Well, I'm very glad no one was hurt. These cargo containers are being loaded into the lower deck of this MD-11. Thank you, Mike Kaz, with a $5 super chat. Very appreciative. Larry Brown says, anybody catch the Spaceballs the sequel trailer? And no, I'm a fan of all things Mel Brooks, so I'll have to look for that.
RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, jet 487.
I don't know if our wide camera can pick up the subtlety of the sky here tonight. Kind of a pink cotton candy look to it, but even in person it's kind of subtle, so I don't know if it comes across the interwebs, but looks nice. Larry Brown says the Spaceballs trailer dropped this afternoon, so okay, well, I'm gonna check that out. Not while I'm here, but at some point. Well, just a reminder, you're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. The sun has already set, so we can now officially, and I've checked with the authorities, and yes, we can do this now because it's now official. We can now switch over to our black meatball in the upper right-hand corner. New subscriber, Adam Mills, is that it? It comes in very small on my screen, but thank you, Adam, for subscribing to our channel. Want to get up? Go ahead. With a good evening from a humid Nolan County, Texas. Good night to watch Runway DFW on the patio with a pooch on the lap. That's very nice. Tyler Forster says, good evening from the G7 host city adjacent to Calgary, Alberta. WestJet cabin crew here. Good to see you. Tyler, very happy to see you as well. We love our Canadian viewers. Camera's a little off kilter there. Kathy Davis thanking us for the live stream. Been to Founders Plaza many times. It's a great spot. Yeah, I always encourage you to, if you live near an airport, go to the airport and check it out. Whether it's a big one or a small one. There's United Flight 2213 that's going to San Francisco. In the rear, it's Frontier Flight 3999, also going to San Francisco on an Airbus A320neo. The United plane was an Airbus A320. And I'm going to say the United plane is old. And I think I have just confirmed that this United plane is old.
A blast from the crack 1994.
So yeah. A UPS 757 has escaped from the corral. It's going to Chicago Rockford International Airport.
traffic department, clear for takeoff, United 2260. Runway 18 left, runway 6.
And once again, the wind is blowing in just the right direction where we can smell that jet fuel. I think I spied way down yonder. And we'll call it up here on camera 1. We see 2 Sun Country planes there, and the one on the right I hadn't seen until I think our last broadcast. It's decked out in the colors, I think, of the University of Wisconsin. And the other one, of course, in the Tide Pod livery. Whenever we see a Frontier plane, we always like to point out what's on the back of it, on the tail. In this case, this flight going to San Francisco, it is Griswold the Bear. Hello, Griswold. Tyler Forrester, always a pleasure from the Great White North. An SCTV reference if I've ever heard one. And I'm a big, major SCTV fan. Hardly a week goes by that Mrs. Runway DFW and I don't just kind of have a chuckle over a favorite SCTV bit. There's Griswold.
Envoy 3705, one after land on the one left takeoff. Right up there, one left trip takeoff, 3705. CBS 7 degrees, one runway left on the point.
18 left, land full, we UPS 7.
Forward out, hotel, we're just waiting on your release to down station. Frontier 3999, contact board. Departure, Frontier 539.
The UPS 757 has been authorized to line up and wait for its dispatch to Chicago Rockford International Airport. Corbin Power says, will Turkish take off on our side of the airport? Typically it does not, but there are exceptions. Brief look at a Martinair. Got to swing back around here so we can catch the 757 taking off. See if it makes an early rotation here, and it does.
EPS up to the recontact flight, sir.
Switch parts to EPS up to 30.
Envoy to the contact 1 FB Park, runway left, sir, takeoff.
Our FB Park, take off 18 left on board.
Tyler reminds us about Bob and Doug's 12 Days of Christmas. 5 golden toques and a beer in a tree. Well, one of my favorite bits was Jerry Todd, who was a VJ doing a live broadcast from behind a TV switcher control panel. So he was doing a video radio show, complete with jingles and records and commercials. And for anybody who's interested in, had the vaguest interest in top 40 radio, it was just superbly done by Rick Moranis.
Forward departure on board, 3531 today.
Like $12.95, American Airlines. Airbus A319 coming at us from Sioux Falls.
190, 10,000, we're cleared for takeoff, 18 left, November 7th, towards us.
Here we have a
You gotta confirm the 10,000 thrust rear sign for.
Thank you, good catch, making 4,000.
Bombardier Global 5000. It's a big old private jet.
Hey, short one, 5 on short one, left to Gulf 8.
Hold short one, left to Gulf 8.
Envoy 3635, DFW, left monitor, no shot, stop on board.
20 left, line up and wait on board, 3735 at Wichita, Illinois,
And I imagine this will have a pretty short rotation. There we go.
DFW out information clear, departure information, tango up number 2983. Next 1295, Gulf 8, 520 left, back to the Alpha, ground 165, stop down, bridge, transfer.
So I think on our last broadcast, we had a bit of dust on this camera in the upper left-hand corner. I think we've managed to address that. At least I hope so. Michael Moore, BHMs is my favorite time of day for your broadcasting. The lights twinkle, the colors of the planes pop on my TV. And you're welcome. We love being here at night, especially here as summertime approaches in North Texas. Well, it's really here. Not officially for a few days, but it is really nice. Oh, I was going to give you the weather here. Gotta get our weather music here. So Weather Star 4000 plus. Nothing much on the radar there for North Texas. Let's see what the current conditions are. 81 degrees, mostly cloudy, wind It says out of the north at 4. That doesn't seem right. I feel it coming out of the south. So, but at any rate, oh, of course it's different. That's Love Field. It's different where we are, where it says Fort Worth International, southeast at 8. 82 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a look at the WeatherStar 4000 forecasts. And that's courtesy of weatherstar.netbymatt.com, who provides this as a public service. Thank you, Matt. American Flight 2063 to Guadalajara, Mexico, 737-800. New subscriber CSX 500, if I read that correctly. Thank you for your support of the channel. Subscription is free and gives you entree into our chat room. Hello. Pardon?
Is it news?
No, it's just a regular. We do this 3 times a week. Yeah. Just watch the planes come and go, just like people who show up here.
Okay. I never know. Thank you.
You're welcome. There's the name of our channel if you need to look at it. Let's see, we've got American Flight 2285. No, sorry, check that. 2885 from San Diego, California. An Airbus A321 coming up next. I see Skittles. I do see Skittles. Skittles, a Quadjet channel member. Hello to you, Skittles. Good to see you. We're going to watch this plane coming in from San Diego. Channel member Patrick Wooders, Quadjet channel member, says hello and good evening. Hello to you. I see O'Malley in the house, another one of our mods and channel members. Hello to you, O'Malley. O'Malley is everywhere all the time. Got an extra, oh, I didn't know I was on that camera. We got an extra clear view of the downtown district of Dallas there. Aaron Forsha, our newest subscriber, thank you, Alan. That green building on the right, the Bank of America Tower in downtown Dallas, the tallest building in Dallas.
American 861 today. Today, I'll go to the map 41 district, left bottom, wait, cross country.
Right, left arm point, I'm with the design 41.
See if we've got anything special coming in here, according to Jet Tip. I looked at the wrong airport. So that Allegheny Retro that we saw coming in earlier is due to go out at 9:40 to Salt Lake City. That PSA Retro that we saw will be headed to Houston just before 10 o'clock. And the TWA Retro Jet, which we did not see, going to Jacksonville at 10:11. No, at 11:01. So I'm not sure if we will see that or not. Got a Cargo Lux coming in from Anchorage, 7478 at about a quarter after 10 Central Time. So a little more than an hour from now. 10:25, the Singapore Airlines Cargo 747-400 off to Brussels. So we potentially have a couple of Queens to be seen before we head out. In addition to that, right around the 10 o'clock, just before the 11 o'clock hour, I should say, we've got Qatar A350-1000 to Doha, Cathay Pacific A350-1000 to Hong Kong, and we should also have, do we have Fiji today? I'm not sure. See if I can. But Qantas going to Sydney at 10:50, Fiji to Nadi at around the same time. Cathay Pacific 5 minutes later at 10:55, Qatar at 11. Cathay Pacific, oh, Cathay Pacific, is this right? There must be a Cathay Pacific cargo plane coming in from Anchorage at 11:24. Don't know if we may be tearing down by then.
Takeoff, 18 left, American 1242.
For our Indianapolis friends,
On up and wait, 18 left, envoy 4280.
that's a Spirit Airlines plane arriving over on the east side from Indianapolis.
Tower American 385 about 9 now for winter.
RNAV V Park, clear for takeoff, 20 left, envoy 4282. Envoy 4254, DFW, left on a point.
Envoy 18 left, envoy 4254.
Rangers says, I will be taking the 6:50 p.m. Qatar to Doha in late July, coming back from Narita on American Airlines. Wow, that sounds like a round-the-world trip. I'd like to do that sometime. Oh, hey, it's Greg with a very appropriate thank you, mods. Thank you to all of our mods.
Envoy 4282, contact flight 2.
Departure Envoy 4282.
Envoy 4254, remember these flights where we are to take off.
We've got some hockey talk going on in the chat room. I guess I kind of lost interest in the Stanley Cup after the Dallas Stars got bumped out. My son in Korea is a very big hockey fan. He subscribes to the NHL streaming feeds. Doesn't always get to watch the games live. Well, there we go. MD-11 action, number 2. This plane's going to Louisville, the UPS Worldport.
Let's go in with aircraft 18 left, altitude 6,000 south.
Envoy 4264, contact departure.
Oh, departure 4264.
And of course, this is a 20th century plane.
1997.
28 years old. And although we have seen one or two, I don't know how many, we have seen one or two MD-11s that actually were produced in the 20th century that UPS has. Regrettably, this is tails out, so it will be going over to the east side for taking off. Peggy likes those big UPS planes, fun to watch. Tyler says, some of us from 1997 are still 27, such as myself. Thank you. So they're getting ready to unhook. And I just tripped over my headphone cord, which kind of jostled the camera there. I apologize for that. There's a close-up of that big third engine on the tail. I agree, Luke. It is pointed in the wrong direction for us to see it take off over here. Channel member Robert Davis with a good evening. And a big howdy to you.
American 12.0 RNAV Laren, when they land up to take off.
RNAV Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 12.
All right, Smoke and Slice, one of our mods and channel members, wants to know, if money wasn't an option, where would you go? I guess I would like to be able to say that I've gone around the world, which would mean, you know, just, and not, you know, I don't mean like directly around the world, like non-stop or one stop. I'd like to make it more leisurely than that. I think that would be fun. And again, maybe that's something that happens someday.
Runway 18 left, land to wait American 14.
Skittles likes this plane. Well, the thing is, we're... And you might wonder, well, why aren't you taking pictures of the other airplanes that are coming and going? And it's mainly because it's just to document this plane. And, you know, we always like to say hello to the future, to our future viewers. You know, watching 5 or 10 years from now when this plane no longer flies for anybody. It's just fun to see it. After all these years. Ethan Robinson, our newest subscriber. Thank you, Ethan.
Over to departure, Envoy 3937. American 13, 51, 01,
American 51, 13 right, clear to land.
1 direct, sir, man. Thanks, American 13.
Envoy 358, ground holding position, Golf 8, crosswind left, contact ground 25. Golf 8, crosswind left, ground 85, Envoy 358.
I think it's about ready to roll here. Jeffy DH says, how does that skinny tail support all that weight? Clever engineering, I would imagine. You know, I have no idea.
Clear to land, we'll hold for ground, those 505.
Vince Blue Ball wants to know, how long do those MD-11s have? Well, I mean, I believe somebody in the chat said they heard that FedEx, which also operates the MD-11s as cargo planes, has decided to extend their usage of the tri-jets through the mid-2030s. And, but the last I heard, UPS wasn't planning to have theirs that long. So I don't know. I haven't heard any updates about that. So we'll just appreciate them while we can. Okay, Luke says FedEx will keep them until about 2032, so I guess mid 2030s was a little a little incorrect. Thanks for that info, Luke.
American 1940 on MD Park, runway left, taking takeoff. FB Park, 19 left, 30 seconds, American 1940. American 1459, base up there, left, on the way. 18 left, American 1459. 94 on the visual, 13 right. Bush 6494, DFW Tower, 13 right, 39. Clear lane, 13 right, Bush 6494. American 348, contact departure. Yes. Envoy 3699, Oscar 1 left, Whiskey Lima. Oscar 1 left, Whiskey Lima, Envoy 3699.
We say goodnight to Josh Aldrich, channel member and moderator. Josh, have a great night. Thanks for popping on and helping to moderate. I think we've got a Sun Country coming in here. Yeah, that's the Tide Pod. That is, or that was, Sun Country Flight 505 coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, its home base, 737-800. Now our last hope is that this plane gets directed over to the short T on 18 left and will take off from there. I wouldn't bet on it though. But we have seen it happen. Yeah. Headed to the Yankee Bridge, so that's the fate of that plane. Pittsburgh Dawn, one of our mods, has now been a twin jet channel member for 15 months. Time flies. Oops, bad pun, but good job, Walt. Thank you so much, Pittsburgh Dawn, for your support of the channel. Not only with your, not only by moderating, but also by being a channel member. Looks like we got another United plane approaching the takeoff position. It's an Airbus A319 off to Chicago O'Hare, flight 1214.
1997.
And another 20th century plane. Thank you, David and Sandy Resorts, for your kind words. And thank you, Sarah Deal, for a $5 super sticker. We say hiya back to you. Thanks so much. Bedtime for Tyler on layover at LAX, working the first flight out to Calgary tomorrow. Good night. Good night to you, Tyler. Thanks for watching. There's the MD-11 headed across the bridge. See if we can keep an eye on that so we can watch it taking off from a distance. I just had a bug slug me in the face, in the nose. Ed Gardiner says, hi y'all from Southlake here in the Dallas area. Oh, I caught you, Mrs. Runway DFW. You're sneaky. Kevin says the FedEx 757 is near me. This is the one, I think, that comes over from Alliance Airport in Fort Worth, if I'm not mistaken. Always love to see that. Oh, there's the FedEx. It must have come in on 13 right. Take a look at that in a minute.
Bravo, control 1 right,
American 3246, traffic hold position at 12 crossing left activating off the route, ground 165 south of the operation.
So,
Cross 1A left, Golf A, Alpha Route, 65 on the sorry, American 3246. American 5664, with the crossing left, contact ground 165.
So this FedEx 757 is trucking over to the east side where its headquarters are. And this did come in from Fort Worth, from Alliance Airport in Fort Worth. It's flight 1058. It does appear to have arrived on 13 right. And the interesting thing about it is that's a, well, it landed 11 minutes ago. So it means it had just a 14-minute, it was just in the air for 14 minutes from Fort Worth to here. And that's just a 16-mile trip. So, you know, so I don't, you know, is it the shortest cargo flight in the world? I don't know. Seems like it could be. All right, we're going to look out now as UPS Flight 765 to Louisville is now rolling down runway 17 right over there on the other side of the airport. We're going to see if we can catch it lifting up into the sky for you.
Runway 1 left, American 690, record.
Here it is.
American 2229 is right. Alpha, request. American 2229 back to the Alpha, that's short line right.
So I know it's kind of far away, but
American 3293 and American 681, traffic hold position both, whiskey left, crossing left, contact ground 75, 12 times over. American 3293. 481. Bravo 3454, Bravo, cross 20 left, contact ground 25.
Cross 1 left, ground 85 on board.
5494, Alpha, cross 20 left, contact ground 65, above the integration.
Pittsburgh John says Pittsburgh has a 10-minute flight from Pittsburgh Airport to Allegheny County Airport. So I guess that's a shorty. And Luke says, no, I just watched a video the other day showing the shortest cargo haul is Miami International Airport to Fort Lauderdale. Okay.
1565 on visual.
Yeah, 1565, the instructor tower.
Dreambird says, I don't know about you, but I really enjoy these nighttime plane spotting live streams. It's always nice to see some planes at night. And of course, we always have to give big time credit to our channel sponsor, James Webb,
Yeah, we're slow on American 2024.
who endowed us with some really superior nighttime cameras and lenses. So James Webb, tip of the cap to you for your continued sponsorship of Runway DFW. Looks like we've got flight 690, I can't tell. It's going to Detroit, I can tell you that. It's an Airbus A319. Wheels up to the Motor City. Texas Razorbacks just saw a train hauling 6 brand new Boeing 737 fuselages just passed through Skycomish, Washington, on the way to the Boeing assembly plant in Everett, Washington. The train originated in Wichita, Kansas. That would be really cool to see. We got a whole passel of aeroplanes lined up to take off. We've got this one landing. And the plane landing originated at LAX, flight 2024, an Airbus A321 Neo, and you saw a plane lifting off into the sky there, American 1162 to Ontario Airport in California, an Airbus A321. United flight 1565 coming in from Denver, 737-800. And Optimistic Mountain Landscape says, airports look so different at night. They kind of do. And I think they look pretty good. Well, I think this is a good time, right about now, to thank our Runway DFW members. So we're going to go through the list here. It pops up on your screen. This list was prepared. Oh, wait a minute. Did I prepare this list? I was busy today, so we're going to run our list from Tuesday night. So if you're a new member since Tuesday night, we'll get you on the next round. Thank you to our sponsor, James Webb.
Okay, clear to land 18 right, hold short of taxiway Bravo, Bravo, 39.
And now we'll thank our Runway DFW Quad Jet members, the highest level of Runway DFW membership. As we go through here. All right, so our Quad Jet channel members, 757 Chip, Airplanes FRA, Alan J, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew, Bev A, Bill Platt, Brian D, Chuck TXK, Cubs Win, Dronoki, Dwayne C, Essorents, HD Kraut, James Webb, John Lipman, Josh Aldrich, Kevin D, Kirby Brooks Sr., KSF Geek, Rory M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network, Patrick Wooters, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah the Real Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, Texas Girl, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison, our Quad Jet channel members. Thank you to each of you, and thank you to each of our Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members as well. You see there, 767 going to Ontario. We've got an Air Canada plane coming in here. Let's check that out. An Air Canada 737 MAX 8. Flight 1071 from Montreal. And there's that UPS 767 300 ER. Another 20th century cargo jet, 28 years old, 29 years old in September. Got a bunch of planes coming in over on runway 13 right. Among them, American Flight 131, which just came in from Venice, 777-200. Venice is a new route for DFW, or for American Airlines. I think it's a seasonal route. So this plane will be going out to, will be departing on runway 18 left. Unlike some of the other UPS planes which went over to the east side. Leonard Watkins wants to know if Qantas is still under the flag. Got too dark to see it. I think it's now been removed, been tugged over to Terminal D to get ready for its trip to Sydney. Be pushing back in about an hour. Random spotter is angling for a DFW to Athens route on a Dreamliner. Yeah, we're going to see if we can find the Venice flight. Venice flight again, 777-200 ER. It landed on 13 right, and it's going to be making its way over to Terminal D here on the west side. We should be seeing it soonish, although it'll be kind of far away, but it's a big plane. Well, thank you, Joseph, and a happy Father's Day ahead to anybody who falls into that category. Optimistic mountain landscapes. I heard today that Southwest will be flying to Europe in 2026. What kind of plane will fly? I know I've heard some talk about Southwest making some arrangements with European airlines, and I think that's the that's far away. I think that's the flight from Venice. They're going right to left on your screen. Not very big, very far away. But I thought I heard that Southwest was angling to get some kind of code sharing thing with other carriers for certain European destinations. I don't know if they were going to fly or not. But it is possible for the Southwest has some MAX 8 planes. It is possible for the MAX 8s that are ETOPS certified to make the hop over the Atlantic to some, from East Coast destinations to points that aren't too far in on the continent. Not maybe over to Ireland or maybe Spain, I'm not sure. Jim Howard says, nice way to spend the evening. Thanks for what you do. Thank you, Jim. O'Malley says Southwest is thinking about flying to Iceland. But Anna, who works for Southwest, says, not sure what they heard, but as an employee, that has not been communicated. Well, in my experience, employees are always the last to know about stuff like that. Now, I've never worked for an airline, but like I'll read things in the paper that, oh, really? In fact, today, is it today? I saw a promo on my TV station wishing farewell to one of our long-time anchors. And I had no idea that this person was about to retire. Singapore Flight 7951 will be going to Brussels, Singapore Cargo. It's a 747-400 and it is now on the radar. So we can look forward to a Queen departure. Yes, Mr. Everything. Well, there's one that's going, and we should have one that's coming also in the not too distant future, so stand by for that. UPS Flight 773 to Louisville, 767-300 ER. 12 years old is what you see there. Oh, this also has the Synchronizing the World of Commerce slogan on it. Or maybe did that come in earlier and then it's turned around? I'm not sure. Mr. Everything, is there a MD-11 coming? Well, we saw 2 MD-11s go out. I don't think we've got any coming while we will be with you this evening. So I think we're at a Tri-Jets. Eagle Wing says Southwest has a code share with Iceland Air. Maybe that's what I heard. We say good evening to Francis, who's saying hello to everybody. There's Volaris. Looks like an Airbus A321neo. Going to Mexico City, flight 801.
Runway 18 left, American 790.
American Flight 1798 moving into position there. It's an Airbus A321. It is going to San Diego. Channel member Mike Reef, a very nice, I think he meant to say evening out there at DFW. It is indeed. Mr. Everything, is there a British Airways coming? Well, not until sometime later this year. British Airways suspended its daily A380 service to Dallas, Fort Worth earlier this year. So at this time, American is the only non-stop, offers the only non-stop service between here and London, but they do that 6 times a day. And we usually see 2 or 3 of them while we're here going to London or coming from London. Stradfan says, how busy is Founders Plaza at the moment? I'm thinking of coming out after I finish dinner. It is pretty full up. Let's see, is there any, I'm trying to see if there's any cars parked in the overflow parking here. But at least in the section that I am, every space is filled with cars parking. Some people sitting in their cars, some outside. A little view of the crowd there. And thanks again to all of our channel members of Runway DFW. My deep appreciation to you and you and you and you. You know who you are. Put our clock back in here. Now if we look at this shot, it looks like it's totally empty. Looks like I'm the only one here. But that is not the case. But there's almost always a space available, especially as the night wears on. Things do thin out just a bit. This looks like American Flight 972 going to Austin. Is it going to take off, though? Is it rejecting the takeoff? No. There it goes. I hear a 747. We'll check that out in a minute. Well, now you see it. Singapore Airlines cargo. Flight 7951. It's going to Brussels. I think the last time we saw this flight here, it went over to the east side to take off. In any event, we'll watch it go up in the sky.
UPS 773 Heavy at Yankee, cross runway 18 left, give way to 1 at hotel, and then contact down 0.6 out of top of the bridge. Across 18 left on Yankee, give way to 1 on hotel, and contact ground on the Yankee bridge.
This is a 21-year-old 747 400 model.
Cross to 118 left on Yankee, 1 to 165 on Yankee bridge, Singapore, 7551.
American 2351 and American 1217, both take off face cross and left, contact ground 25 minutes time going.
American 2351, next call.
UPS 761, that was your shutdown engine, so start with your next after 1 left. American 2651 and Whiskey Lima cross and left, contact ground 25.
American 2651, cross 111, Whiskey Lima, 25.
American 2270, Whiskey Mike cross and left, ground 25. American 786 from Skyway 386 Volt to taxiway Alpha. Cross 20 left, contact ground point 65 and property officer. Call time. American 9786.
So this plane B heading over to the east side, I do believe. Right behind UPS 767 going to Louisville. Emma Rice says, at least there was no bad weather or rain this evening. I know, I was keeping an eye on the forecast. But I think we're clear today, tonight. Fingers crossed.
Alright, Abby Parker for takeoff, 1 left, bracket 1434.
Sorry, I will need to
Mr. Everything wants to know if I'll be here tomorrow. No, our next scheduled broadcast is on Saturday, tentatively scheduled. My thinking is that we'll be on the air in the morning on Saturday because there are some national news events later that day that I need to be available to update my TV station's website with. So we might have a chance to say hello to our European friends on Saturday, who this program is not the most convenient for them to tune into unless they have insomnia. Well, we've got about 8 planes over there waiting to take off. There goes one of them in the CRJ 701 ER off to St. George, Utah, I think. Eagle Wing says my favorite plane to fly on is the 757. Well, you can't fly in it from here in DFW because American doesn't fly them, and United and Delta, the 2 U.S. carriers that do fly the 757 in a passenger configuration, do not use those planes on any routes in and out of here. We'll see them occasionally on charters, the 757 passenger, but we don't have any passenger service. But yeah, I do like the 757. So keeping an eye on the 747, it's making its way over to runway number 17 right for takeoff. Looks like we're going to see some action over here with UPS flight 761 going to Ontario, California. 767. Those 767s have been taking off with without using too much runway tonight. Let's see how this one does.
Clear to land, 0.4003.
Oh, there it goes.
21 heading contact departure.
Departure 761 heading, bye.
Want to get up? Go ahead. Says national news events, quote unquote. I'd rather watch planes at DFW or watch paint dry. You will be busy Saturday though. Yeah. What can you do? Right, it looks like the other 767 UPS plane, which is going to Louisville, is getting ready to take off. Over on east side of airport. So we will prepare our big lens for that. Francis wants to know if I'll be catching Qantas Flight 8. As long as it's pretty close to on time, we should be seeing it. And I meant to show your message. Let's see if it shows up now. There it is. Yeah, the Qantas should be going out about an hour from now. So let's see if we can catch the 767 over there. And that is it. And right behind this ought to be the Singapore Airlines Cargo 747. So a Boeing wide-body double play coming up here.
American 2071 on Apolarian, runway left break takeoff. On Apolarian, 1 and left, clear for takeoff, American 2071. Sun Country 504, DFW runway left, 5 away. 5 away, 1 and left, 5 away. American 1711 to left. American 1711 back to the Bravo, and hold short my right.
Just after, well, it's exactly 10 o'clock right now. And you're watching Runway DFW After Dark. Live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. And yes, that is AI. Or most of it is AI. Truth be told. All right, gonna see if we can catch the 747. This one headed to Brussels. Far away, I know.
American 12238, taxi the Echo and Whiskey Lima, hold short 1 left. Echo Whiskey Lima, short 1 left, American 2238. American 1711, landing traffic, hold short intersection at Bravo, cross 20 right, hold short 1 left. Sun Country 504, contact departure. Departure 504, see you. Yep. Tower American.
J.R. Milton asking, what's the funniest thing you've seen while flying? Mine was on a Lufthansa flight from Frankfurt to Munich. The cabin crew announced the left side of the plane only was the smoking section. Okay, I'll tell you mine. And this happened a long time ago. So long ago, it was on an airline that no longer exists, Braniff, flying from Salt Lake City to DFW. And the pilot came on, and he did his usual spiel. We're at 20,000 feet. We're landing at... But the way he was saying it sounded very familiar to me. And so you have to be of a certain age to know who Walter Cronkite was. He was America's most trusted newsman, and he worked for CBS, and he did the nightly news on CBS. But he had this very particular cadence, and the pilot was doing the Walter Cronkite impression. And at the end of his, and it's, you know, I said to myself, it sounds like Walter Cronkite, or if he's trying to be like Walter Cronkite. But then at the end, when he was getting ready to sign off, he said, "That's the way it is," which is exactly what Walter Cronkite signed off with. So that was very surprising. I don't think I'd ever heard a airline captain do an impression or even try to be funny. So that was very enjoyable on Braniff. William, I'm happy to be here. Thanks for watching. Luke says, I once had an American Airlines flight go over the Grand Canyon and announce you could see the Grand Canyon out of the right side of the aircraft. Left side, sorry about your luck. Keegan Gorham says, good evening, Walt Mods and family. Happy to have you with us. A little lull here. We do have, well, actually, there's not a lull. There's actually about 7 or 8 planes poised to take off on 18 left, but they're not, they're holding back right now. There you see Spirit plane 2452 to Los Angeles and Airbus A321 Neo. We've got a flight coming in from Monterrey, Mexico, an Airbus A319. Flight 1742. Another UPS plane is backing out now. This one, an Airbus A300, going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. So we'll take a look at that presently. Moving into place for takeoff, you see there American 3136 going to Los Angeles. It's a 737-800. Channel member Chad Hart with a good evening. Hello, Chad. Off to LAX. You might be able to see that A300 behind me over there. It's pretty dark. This plane once again going to the airport at, I'm busy scrolling through my, well, going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. Here comes a banana bird. The discount airline coming in from Las Vegas, Nevada, flight 2703 on an Airbus A320neo. We have an American MAX 8 about to touch down from Colorado Springs. Shall we take a glance at that? Let's just swing this big camera around.
Left line of 48 on board 3357.
MR Rice checking out. MR, good to see you again. Thank you for watching. Francis says, I've seen some very funny cabin crew videos on YouTube doing the safety briefing, and it makes the passengers watch instead of zoning out. I would have to agree with that. We do get a lot of zoning out on passenger briefings. Looks as though our next departure is going to be American Flight 303. It is off to Spokane, Washington. It is an Airbus A321.
Park, runway, wide left, clear for takeoff, American 303. Yeah, 765, heavy DFW airline, left line flight.
So it looks like the UPS A300 is next to go out after this aircraft. Another 767, this one going to Louisville, but pushing back in a configuration so that it looks like it'll be taking off over here on the west side. If it's facing us when it backs out, that almost a guarantee that it's going to go out on the west side. Kagan Gorham with another shout-out request to brother Caden Gorham's friends, Caden and Leon. So there is a special shout-out to all you folks. Well, we have 747-8 on a final turn now. Thank you, Gavin Nance. Coming in on 18 left. Really? So more cargo fun for us coming up. This is going to be Cargo Lux. Flight 8 from Anchorage, 747-8. Photobomb. Five-hour and 40-minute trip from Anchorage. And we have a new twin jet member, Ernesto Vasquez. Thank you, Ernesto. Welcome to the Runway DFW membership family. And Kagan Gorham says, I've got 2 new subscribers. So that, welcome to you as well. Rich Carlisle up there in Indiana says hello. Hello to you, Rich. Always happy when you can pop in. Brian S. 4 is greater than 2, indeed. Yeah, we only have one 4-engine passenger plane that currently operates into and out of DFW, and that is the A340-300 that Lufthansa operates between here and Frankfurt. We don't see that on the nighttime streams, though. They come in earlier and depart before we go on the air. Leonard Watkins says the tail reminds me of Qbert. We say hello to Ernest Christensen. Thanks for popping in.
Left, line up and wait, American 1011.
J.R. Melton is checking out. We say gute Nacht to you as well. Headed out there is the UPS flight to Louisville. It's had a longer rollout than the other 767s we've seen tonight. Luke says we've got a Spirit plane rolling, if I decode his graphics correctly. Plane is ready for takeoff there at flight 1011 to San Diego, California, in Airbus A321. One final glimpse of the Cargolux tail as it dips behind the fence there. Flight 1011 to San Diego now is lifting off. And flight 2709 to Palm Springs. An Airbus A321 is what you're seeing there.
American 32, disclose the Whiskey Lima, crossing left and contact ground 25. American crossing 1 left at Whiskey Lima over to ground 25, American 32. American 2872, the expect fire truck crossing downfield, line up 1. Line up away 18 left, American 2872. American 2709, contact approach. Departure, American 27.
Craig Houston wants to know, what mixer do you use to mix the ATC feed with yours? I'm using a Zoom H. Well, I think if you look in our the description to this broadcast, you can see pretty much all of our gear. So I would suggest that you check that out. It is true, Mrs. Runway DFW. American Flight 2872 to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321.
Roger, 18 left, we'll have wait, American 1036.
Cross on the left, cross on the right to Park Protocol financing via Chuk Zulu.
27-2, contact plus.
Over 2 departure, have a good night, American 27-2.
Let's check in on the Cathay Pacific plane parked down there at Terminal D. It is, I don't think it's on the radar yet. No. The Cathay Pacific plane is the plane with the tail that's taller than all the others down there. That's an A350-1000. It is on our thumbnail for tonight, next to the Flying Roo Qantas, and both those planes are set to take off here within the next half hour or so. So I hope you'll stick around with us for the exciting conclusion of Runway DFW on this Thursday night. Mr. Jamie M. Smith says, taking my kids to that Founders Plaza many times. I used to drive the service road all the time just to see the planes up close. I remember watching the news nonstop as a kid when Delta 191 crashed. That was a terrible day. I remember that as well, as I've recounted here before, having worked for a news organization in Dallas, and I heard that distress call go out. Heavy jet down. American 1036 and Airbus A321 is off to Kansas City. So also coming up in the next half hour or so, we should see, in addition to the Cathay Pacific, we'll see that Qantas off to Sydney. We will see Fiji going to Nadi, and Qatar will be off to Doha. WXY Gaming 99 said, any thoughts on Air India 171? Well, we talked briefly about it earlier. Was that the moon? They're on the right side of the screen. We talked very briefly about it, and I don't want to do any kind of speculation. Wow. The only thing I really had to say about that, aside from our condolences to all involved, was that American Airlines has the world's, if I read this right, the world's biggest collection or the biggest fleet of that same plane, the 787-8 Dreamliner. American has 37 787-8s, and again, that's the smallest version of the Dreamliner, which comes in -8, -9, and -10. American also has -9 Dreamliners. Doesn't have any -10s. And yeah, we are, as Optimistic Mountain Landscape says, let the experts figure that out. But yeah, American Airlines does, I'm sure, have an interest in the outcome of the investigation. That's pretty much all I have to say about that. So it is pretty overcast tonight, so that accounts for the moon being so shrouded like that. American Airlines Flight 154 to London Heathrow at 777-200 is what you see there at the bottom of your screen. It's going over to the east side for takeoff. A little closer look at the moon there. Can't really make out any craters tonight, can we? Well, there goes American Eagle Flight 5354. It is on a journey. To an airport code I somehow don't recognize. CRJ 901 or 900 ER, I think. Oh, PIA. That should be Peoria. Let me see if I'm right about that. Peoria it is. That looked to be an Embraer I'm going to say 170, but let's see. Yeah, coming in from Chicago O'Hare, interestingly enough, American Eagle 3544. This seems weird for an American Eagle flight to handle the route between two big American hubs.
Cross my left, cross my right, charge the ramp, lock off 3 Echo November.
The moon is kind of disappeared there for a second. Looks like it's coming back out to see us. Planes everywhere says the moon looks like it's peeking through the blinds at you.
American 3149, contact start. Port American 3149.
How am I dealing with mosquitoes? You know, I didn't put on the off tonight. I should have. I feel a couple of new nibbles on my legs.
560 visual, whatever. Probably 18 right, clear to land on board 3560.
Well, in just a second, we'll see if we can watch American Flight 154 to London Heathrow take off over there on the east side, since it's kind of slow right now. But again, we will be seeing some big international flights heading out here very soon, within the next few minutes. Postcard perfect, says Rosa Miranda, sorry. Okay, let's see if we can catch the 777-200 headed out to London Heathrow, taking off from runway 17 right, which we cannot see directly from here.
Runway 43, make 18 right.
For the 16 on have your unit down. On the 4319, disregard from the 185 clear land, 11308.
18 right, clear to land, runway 43, 19.
FedEx 1609, have your unit down.
American Eagle 3560 coming in from El Paso. That's number 175 right there. It does indeed sound very quiet right now. OML. And once again, we take a peek at the moon. So Ascending Dragon 1 says regarding that Chicago to Dallas American Eagle flight. Walt, we call that hub-to-hub service by regional partners, supplemental lift capacity for the main line, especially DFW to Charlotte or DFW to Chicago O'Hare. Okay, well, that's good to know. And, of course, Ascending Dragon 1 would know that because he is a pilot for American Eagle. So there's a name for that. I guess it makes sense. And yes, it is quiet now. I'm looking, but I don't see yet any of those big jets that we are going to bring you later this hour or at the beginning of the next hour. Only thing I see active on the radar right now is American Flight 4319 coming in from Greenville, Spartanburg. It'll be an Embraer 175. So we'll have that for you in a second here on Runway DFW. Under the stars, under the moon. Not quite full tonight. We did see a full moon on Tuesday night.
Liver take off, one left, RNS on there, on 13344.
Still waiting on that plane to come in from Greenville, Spartanburg. I promise you we will see it. And yes, there are some froggies there singing in the background. Our next contestant. And I'm going to tell you why it looks so dark there. I had turned down the exposure a bit to present the moon to you, so I'm going to dial that back up. I see a little bit of the craters of the moon there on that shot. going to try to bring you next the arrival over on the east side of American Flight 1158 from Reagan National Airport in Washington. The reason I'm going to try to take a look at it is because it made kind of a little jog in the sky as it was coming this way. I don't know if that was just an anomaly by Flight Radar 24 or if it was really, but sometimes planes will do that, I think, in order to make up some time. You know, if they're trying to time their landing to avoid another plane ahead of it, they'll do a little jog to kind of buy some time so that they don't have to do a go around. So I don't know if that was the case in this instance or not, but we shall take a look-see as it comes into our view.
RNAV Park cleared for takeoff 18 left, American 577.
See if we can get it in focus once it gets past all the obstructions that we have over here. American Flight 577 off to Denver, Colorado, near Airbus A321. Have to readjust this shot to be more moony. Off to Laredo, Texas. We've got American Eagle, flight 3589. It's an Embraer 170. That'll wake you up.
Departure from Runway 3589, good afternoon.
How about a little hot dog action for you here? ABX Air Flight 102 to Cincinnati in DHL livery. ABX operating it for DHL. 767-300.
$19.94.
A 31-year-old aeroplane. A little better look at it when it makes a right turn coming up. I never know what to expect from this plane. It will often take off from the short T on 18 left, and then other times it'll go over to the east side for takeoff. Need some more lights on that plane to get a better look at it. American Eagle 3925 from Nashville. You see it going through the shot there. Plane also didn't have any lights on it. Well, I'm talking about lights that light up the fuselage or the tail. I mean, now you can kind of see sort of this plane here on this shot. Well, it's got some lights on now. It's just a blob to me. I think we have another cargo plane here. FedEx. Favoring us with a west side takeoff. So let's see, DHL, huh? Is it coming up this way? By gum, I think we may see this takeoff over here to Cincinnati, the Queen City. Hey, here's Warren checking in from Sydney, where it is now Friday afternoon. Hello, Warren. American Flight 2673 from Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Florida. 737-800. We await the departure of this ketchup and mustard livery DHL going to Cincinnati. 767. Meanwhile, I see Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney and Qatar Flight 732 to Doha now on the radar down at Terminal D, getting backed out. And Fiji Flight 891 and Airbus A350-900 is now on the way to see us take off here. So, stuff to see. Moon rising fast in the night sky. Here comes Fiji. If I only had a 10,000 watt spotlight I could shine over there. I don't think the airport authority would be too happy with that, though. Vince, Las Vegas. Hello to you, Vince, one of our original channel members. And good evening to you, Mr. Las Vegas. Well, let's take a look and see the progress of the Fiji Airways A350-900, there it is. About to make the turn. Elena Dreyer, enjoying the show even though she's a little tired. Well, you know, some people say I put them right to sleep, so. Island Jenny greets us with an aloha. Hello, Island Jenny. This plane about to embark on a journey of some 6,600 miles. Takes a little over 13 hours to do that. It's unfortunate they don't have their tail lit up tonight. It's a very interesting design on the tail of that plane. There's the Qatar A350-1000 headed to Doha. It's flight 732. Typically, we see this plane go over to the east side almost always at night. But we have been treated to a west side takeoff every now and again.
Left lap, wait on 9865. Tower over 42, 79, 7 out, visual 1 ready. Hello, 1 dial over 42.
On out of land, 18 left, clear for takeoff on 1975.
Frontier A321 Neo, flight 3978. Checking in from Las Vegas. Qatar, as expected, going over to the east side. Trying to find Cathay Pacific. There's the tail getting pushed back from Terminal D. In the foreground, I think that's American Flight 78, a 777, which will be going to London Heathrow. Oh, O'Malley. Yeah, I did forget to mention that Frontier plane had Thunder the Bison on it. Do this here real quick. Can we get this? Yeah, I was trying to get... There's an aircraft in the vicinity of the moon over there. Wasn't quite working out for us. Some emergency vehicles on the move there. We continue trying to find the elusive Cathay Pacific plane, which is down there somewhere. Not over there. That was Flight 662 to Denver, an Airbus A321. Yeah, I'm gonna say, oh, there we go. The old autofocus a little slow on the uptake there. A little CRJ there going to Wichita. That looks to be Flight 3349 American Eagle going to Waco, Texas, in Embraer 175. But about to take off, American Flight 2378 to Salt Lake City in Airbus A321. Francis says Qantas is late. Oscar Goddard says, as someone working as a software developer at American, it makes me proud to watch the DFW live after work and know that the planes I see flying are part of what I make possible. Well, our hats off to you. I think Mrs. Runway DFW and I were just talking the other day about how incredibly complex it all seems to not just schedule planes, but also the people who have to operate them and unload them and load them and greet passengers and refuel them. It seems like such a Herculean task. And then I'm thinking, how did they do this before computers? Was it all just whiteboards or magnetic cards on a big wall? How could they have run an airline before computers? American Flight 2628 to Omaha, Nebraska. It's a 737-800. There's Qantas, and there's Cathay.
Alright, Whiskey Lima cross 18 left, ground 25 other side, American 25 Oklahoma.
Departure, American 1479.
There's that Cathay A350-1000. And not too far behind it is Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney, which is a Dreamliner Dash 9. Ascending Dragon 1 says, Walt, talking about airline scheduling of the past. There was a bunch of guys with slide rules, graph paper, teletype machines, and radios. A lot of chalkboards and chalk as well. Wow. Francis says, my connection is with Qantas, as Dad was a ground engineer in the 50s and 60s. Very cool.
Departure envoy 3349.
What was that? Don't forget, coming up immediately following our presentation tonight, we've got Chatstravaganza for you. We will keep two of our cameras active as I pack up and you chat amongst yourselves while we play music. That's Chatstravaganza, an exclusive feature of Runway DFW.
RNFE, clear for takeoff, American 2620. Runway 18 left, line for window, Boy 3588.
What you hear and see is an Airbus A321. It's going to Portland, Oregon. It is American Flight 2620.
RF layers, 111, clear pick up on boy 3588.
Flaps and away, 1 at Rossburn, 1273.
American 2620, switching seal.
The teal tail, is that right? Teal tail of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000.
Cleared for takeoff, RNFE, Park American 1273.
A long flight ahead for the passengers of this plane. Specifically, 16 hours in the air between here and Hong Kong. Flight of 8,123 miles. I think we're about to get another tail crossing here, as depicted in our thumbnail today.
Cross 18 left, hold short of 18 right, envoy local 208. American 2577, traffic is holding in position at taxiway Whiskey Lima. Cross runway 18 left, and contact ground 0.85, give nice time. Whiskey Lima, cross 18 left, good night, Cathay 875, heavy contact approach, good evening. Foster, good day, bye-bye, Cathay 875.
So that long Trans-Pacific journey now begins, and we're about to see another one. Raccoon sighting.
Cross 18 right to the ramp, envoy local 208.
American 446 will be ready whenever you are.
3446, I'm standing to be ready, thank you. Frontier Flight 1455, traffic is going into position, Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, contact ground 0.85. 25 Whiskey Lima, 0.85, Frontier 1455.
Those Qantas marker lights are extra bright.
heading 190, Quantaside heading.
Quantaside will be very good, thank you. Contact departure, you have a nice night.
Quantaside heading up.
Well, sir, that's going to about do it for us. There are other planes that come and go after this hour, but we're going to conclude this broadcast as we approach our 4-hour mark. That's me saying I would like to thank all of you for watching tonight, to thank especially our great team of moderators here with you throughout the evening, making sure that you have a very pleasant experience. I'd like to thank our channel sponsor, James Webb, who is very instrumental in making in seeing that we have the equipment we need to bring you these live broadcasts with some great cameras and great lenses and other associated gear. Thank you, James Webb. Thank you to our channel members, each of you, for helping us stay on the air. Thanks to our subscribers, new and old, and thanks just for watching tonight. Maybe you found us and weren't expecting to see anything like this. And so, hope you'll come back, check us out. Again, my tentative plan is to be with you on Saturday morning for a few hours. So if you're up and around then, we'll see you then. Otherwise, keep your notification bells turned on so that you'll know when our broadcasts come. We come to you usually about 3 times a week, generally on Tuesday and Thursday nights and on Saturdays. So that's it for us from Runway DFW. Thanks again for watching. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. And don't forget to stay tuned for Chatstravaganza here on Runway DFW. And now, the music I normally play at this time is not working. Hold on. Too much to the pleasure of some people who don't like that music so much. Found it. Good night, everybody. I didn't forget anything, Mrs. Runway DFW.
back to back.
We go 31 and right, American Local 781.
Great memories.
Alrighty. Well, I've got everything packed up that I can pack up before we go off the air. So, thanks again for watching. We'll be back on Saturday, probably Saturday morning, not sure when. Keep your notification bells engaged, and we'll see you then. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Appreciate your being with us tonight. Bye for now.
For overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.